Welcome, everyone, to Rebirth, a D&D Tale. Last we left off, the Lucky Sevens had just finished off a remoraz, a giant sort of centipede-like worm with a sort of fin-like hood around the head, a creature of living in a cold environment but very hot to the touch. So hot to the touch in which Kaz, the dragonborn amongst the new members of the Lucky Sevens, found himself close to passing out as a result. But with the creature successfully slayed and some of the spikes kind of cooling to a touchable temperature, the Lucky Sevens have collected them as methods to stay warm, as they will be approaching the snowy mountains relatively soon. Maybe a day worth of traveling through these tunnels at a normal pace will get them close to the surface once more. At the moment, they're all waking from a long rest, doing their morning rituals, their morning routines, whatever you want to call them, preparing breakfast in the usual ways. Alira kind of watching with curiosity. But as you finish up the usual things for the morning, nothing came and assailed you during the night. You are refreshed. So, Lucky Sevens, what do you do? Don't everybody talk at once.
Well, change my microphone for starters. Aria, when she wakes for the day, she's now the possessor of the spice pouch by means of authority. It's been appropriated. She is going to start the day by brewing a nice, sort of like a chai tea using the spice pouch, just so that everyone just has like a wake-up juice for the morning. Hopefully trying to, like, she's kind of eyeing Alira back and forth, and seeing what sort of spices Alira seems to be familiar with, though the communication is a bit garbled, for one. I think there is actually something I might have going forward that will help with that, but I just wanted to double check because I do not know with certainty whether or not I added the spell. I did not. So, like, just kind of like, seeing like what kinds of things Alira kind of like handing spices to her in small doses and being like, try this and slowly brewing up like the general chai and then the tester chai tester tea for her to see if that's something that she can drink. And chances are she's definitely like pulling things out specifically to add into the tea somehow, but like not in any sort of normal way that like us surface dwellers are accustomed to. More like giving the caterpillars a bath.
She's more watching you and what you're doing, and kind of just watching in a bit of awe, maybe a bit of curiosity. She doesn't seem to be saying a whole lot when it comes to anything. She'll try whatever you give her, but
Okay.
as far as her reactions, I'll leave that to Derek to describe. But
Yeah.
um,
All in all, though, the chai is made, and Arya just has it prepared in like this nice boil pot for everyone. As for breakfast, definitely referring to rations at this moment. Not quite prepared to get into the live ones at the moment.
We did bring some of those with us.
We did.
but everyone's had their fill. Everyone is rested. Everyone has done their morning routines. And so you are free to go in the upward direction, if that is your choice. Or you could go back and go down. That's up to you.
Before we get going, Lagana's going to cast aid on Arya, Vanya, and Kenwin. That is 5 to your current and hit point maximum for the next 8 hours.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Yay.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
All right. With that being done, as part of potentially the usual, but yes, it's spending the spell slot. To do that, you are free to leave this little alcove that you kind of nestled yourselves into with the kind of protected on all sides, where you only really needed one direction to watch, and everybody participated who volunteered, and nothing came to assail you. So you get the distinct sense that there's a shift in color in the rock for those who do have dark vision. Where a lot of the rock underneath where you had been, like the Drow City, for instance, had been very, very dark, very dim, very, very much kind of a blackened color. Now you're starting to get into the more gray, the more whites again of the Moonstone Mountains, the sort of colors that you're used to when it comes to the underground in this area. And so, with that being said, it's probably a more an environment that you're used to if you've done any kind of mine digging or things of that sort. You're getting to that. It is very natural in construction. You're still kind of climbing upward in the direction that that you're looking for. There are some steep cliffs, some steep chasms. There's a lot of it takes a lot more strength to go up than it does to go down. Very, very much something that you all have kept in mind when delving down here. So you try to take the easiest route, but sometimes the easiest route is directly up. And so at one of these such caverns, how do you go about solving that?
Well, being the mountain climber, I would think Lagan would go first.
It's definitely more used to it, yeah. But how with it being very sheer and kind of like this like almost cliff face, how do you all intend to go up the sort of 50 feet or so?
Lagan would probably free climb and then set pitons so that we could get a rope
Okay,
for
if you
everyone else to make it easier.
okay for your free climb, I'm going to ask for a athletics with strength.
Okay. Athletics?
Yes.
Okay. 18.
Easily done. Easily done. Um, it is a little slippery because you do hear a lot of the dripping of water in this area. It is still warm enough that ice and snow would melt into the rock face here and kind of drip from the ceiling in various places. There's little ponds and lakes and things that have filled up with water in these chasms too. Um, so it's a little slippery, but you're able to keep a good foothold. And once you're up at the top, you set the piton so that everybody else can have an easier time of it. So I need everyone else to now make a athletics check. Okay.
Fine.
22.
For Arya?
7.
And for Kinwin?
Is this roll for climbing?
Yes, for climbing.
Okay, so I'm just gonna use a turning into an animal and become a giant wolf spider that has spider climb.
Kinwin's just like, fuck this.
Putting upside down on ceilings without needing to make an ability check.
Fantastic. Kinwin is plenty. He knows he has the worst when it comes to sure footing, so he turns himself into something that would have surer footing.
It's a medium beast, so I don't know, but maybe one of the other people could just like hold on to my back while I climb up.
That is something to think about, because it does take Arya even slipping a couple of times before she even has a really good solid kind of grip. Kinwin kind of scuttles over and gives you the thorax of the wolf spider to hang on to. So Arya, you are free to grab Kinwin's butt if you want to.
Oh god. She's gonna go ahead and take one of the many sort of lines and roping that she has been utilizing to help with her climb, tons and whatnot, and just kind of wraps it around Kinwin's thorax. And at that point, I imagine she's probably doing a better time trying to get up, but otherwise she has been having a hell of a time trying to figure out like the initial start of the problem, doing these ridiculous maneuvers on the ground before finally she just gives up.
Yep. Hanging on to
the
a
entire
rope.
time. She could fly, but
why waste it? It takes her it takes not too long for Vanya to get up, not too long for Alira and for Kaz to get up. Kaz kind of gives himself a bit of a running start and then climbs up the rest of the way. To almost like he's he is walking up the sheer side of the cliff. Um, gets to a point where he just kind of after pulling himself up the last little bit, kind of rolls and tumbles uh, and makes sure that everyone else is having an easier time of getting up this 50-foot wall. The Alira climbing up as she would. She's doing actually pretty well, so she doesn't need any assistance, and she doesn't really need the her spider form in order to get herself up. But yeah, Arya seems to be the one having the most trouble, and so with Kinwin's help, she's able to get up finally. It takes about 20 minutes. Probably 20 minutes longer than everyone else took, just because she was having a bad time. Might be just slightly embarrassed. But yeah, there you have it. Everybody is up this sheer cliff. That is only one of the obstacles that you kind of face when traveling through these tunnels again. Another of the obstacles that you would run into is possibly is a sort of dead end where, again, much like the last time, there is a pool of water that has basically kind of roadblocked your passing. It's rather long to the other side, but the other side you don't know how long it goes, because eventually, even with all of your abilities to see in the dark, it does go past your vision. You don't know how long this is, so swimming in it is going to be taxing, and since you don't know how long it is, you don't know how long you'll have. You test the water. It is kind of cold. It's not freezing, but it could cause some exhaustion if you stay in it for too long. So, what do you do?
This is just a shot in the dark, but Kenwin, you've got Milder, right?
I got what?
You got that one that can, fuck with the earth, right? Or you can shape it.
Like mold earth?
Yeah, thank you. Brain's not.
Yeah, I got the cancer molder.
Would it be possible to maybe create a bit of a raft out of Earth, and Kinwin can, maybe wild shape into some kind of aquatic animal and just pull us across?
Out of dirt? Well, since it's a cantrip, you can test it.
Doesn't really mention anything about building anything with it.
You can essentially, it's essentially basically like a digging cantrip in like soft earth, where you can pick up dirt and move it to another place using it. The only problem being is that there is only some soft earth here. A lot of it is rock. The other point being is you test it out on the soft earth that you do have. Soft earth doesn't float.
That was a shot.
I can cast water walk, and that would cover all of us.
Including Alira and Kaz?
Yeah, it's up to 10 people.
Up to 10 people. Oh, nice.
Okay.
That is an option.
And I can ritually cast it so that I don't actually spend a spell slot for it. So
you do have to have it prepared for the day. Do you have it prepared for the day? Okay. Cool beans.
That's why I said I wasn't casting tongues. I switched to water walk for some reason, not knowing we were going to need it. But give me 10 minutes, and this will last for an hour. You can walk across the liquid surface of anything such as water, acid, mud, snow, quicksand, or lava as if it were harmless and solid ground.
Ooh, not bad. That includes lava. Okay, I'll keep that in mind, actually.
I didn't have it prepared when we were further down.
But you have it today.
Yes.
Fantastic. Well, in the 10 minutes that Lagon brings this up and starts the ritual for casting the water rock spell, that does give you 10 minutes to do a little bit of something. Do you have anything that y'all want to do during that 10 minutes?
I think what I'm gonna go ahead and do is, out of curiosity, I'm interested in checking the water, see how fresh it is.
How fresh it is?
Mhm.
Go ahead and make me a nature check.
Ah. Yes, the one stat I'm very good at, apparently. Why do I keep doing things I'm not good at? That's a flat 3, my guy.
Flat 3.
Yep, that's water.
That is water, and it is dirty water. There's lots of dirt in it. It's wet and it's dirt, and that's really about as complex of a thought as you get. And you know, water should not have dirt in it if it's drinkable. So you kind of
Yes.
advise yourself not to.
Yeah. I guess part of it is definitely kind of trying to see if there's anything in the water.
Like microbes or fish or things like that.
Sure, we'll go with that.
It's kind of murky.
We've had all kinds of weird shit attack us, okay?
Yep.
At this point, I'm trying to be on the safe side because I have had giant insects, I have had weird brain eating things, and tentacle men. I'm kind of done with weird shit.
It's murky.
I would like
and it's dirty water. It's really
murky,
about
dirty
as
water.
it's about as complex of a thing as you get.
Okay. I could do murky dirty water. It's fine. It's fine.
You don't like the idea of drinking it. It gives you the
I'm-
heebie-jeebies.
Going stir crazy, I'm gonna be perfectly honest. I feel stir crazy.
You want to see the sky.
I'm a little claustrophobic. Maybe a little bit.
But Vanya's just gonna
You
walk
all
around.
right?
What are you doing?
The rest of you are just watching her talk to herself on the side of this water. I just
Kind of cold.
I was checking to see if there's anything in the water because at this point I wouldn't be surprised if there is anything in the water that wants to jump out and eat our brains out or our intestines or something the like. She looks over to Alira. How did you survive down here?
Survive by not dying.
I can't understand her.
She can't understand you, basically. She's
Yeah.
learning, but survive, not dying.
It's a fair assessment.
Profound, even.
Hearing what Arya's trying to do, Vanya's gonna try and check the water for her. Just to maybe reassure.
So you're gonna also do a nature check?
Yep.
Okay.
Might as well. Make it fun. 19.
It's dirty, kind of murky. You maybe see like the little bits of baby fish, maybe? Underground fish? Worms? Something. It's definitely not drinkable. It's got living creatures in it. As far as what's beyond your vision, though, there's no way to know unless you're um, particularly fond of underground creatures and have done a lot of research on them. You're not sure what you're going to run into, if anything.
Well, as far as I can see, just fish. Normal sized fish for the most part.
Well, that's good. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if it seems like I'm a little odd right now. Just
It's alright. Just everything that has been going on over the last few days, week, something. Understandable.
it's bad enough. Having all four corners to look at always being stone. Right. No. We also have to have a menagerie of horrible creatures.
Mm-hmm.
I don't
Well,
think I'm
hopefully
equipped
soon
for
we'll
this.
be- we hopefully should be seeing the sun pretty soon.
It's about
Part
that
of-
time that the spell actually goes off, and Lagon, you are sure that you can walk on water.
Stay close. I don't know how far it is to the end of this. And if I have to recast, I kind of need y'all to stay close.
And Vanya is going to take a step out into the water and hold a hand out to Arya.
Oh,
It is
thank you.
like the water is solid ground. You expected it to be a little wobbly, but it's like it's solid ground underneath your feet.
What magic? It's quite the skill, Lagon.
I'm happy to be of help.
All right. So all of you, including Zephyr, all have the ability to walk on the water. Zephyr's a little bit hesitant at first, and then he puts a paw toward the water and realizes that he could step on it, and kind of reluctantly steps forward, steps forward, steps forward, and there where all four paws are on the water now. He looks very confused, but Vanya, you're able to sufficiently coax him to be able to, brave this strange thing. That all of you find to be a little weird. It's certainly strange to be walking on water, but at least you don't have to swim it, so you can avoid any exhaustion that would be caused by swimming this distance. And by the time you get to the end of this particular pool, where you have another sort of shore that you're able to come to, the hour is up, but you are sufficiently across that you could see the end, and it doesn't require any swimming. You just kind of run up to the shore before the spell is over. And nothing jumps out at you to try and eat you. Nothing seems big enough to want to try.
See? Just fish.
You do see like little sort of like almost, they look like fish, but maybe they're more like eels. They don't really have fins. They don't really have color to them. You barely see them in the murkiness, so that's more like a shadow that you see, if you see anything, because the drift globe kind of hovering over everything just kind of lights everything in a radius. Um, but yeah, this water's murky enough that it's still a little cloudy under your feet. You don't really see anything of any. You can't really see through it. It's very obscured in the water. But you make it across, and you can continue to travel upward. And after a few hours, a bit of climbing, a bit of trudging through some slippery points, you do start to realize that the rock where water would be, kind of dripping through here, it's more dripping into ice. It is starting to get a little difficult. So I'm going to need a constitution check from everyone.
Oh, no. 18 for Vanya. Needs up her stats.
5.
Oh no.
And 15 for Zephyr.
21.
Is it a constitution check or save?
Check.
Check. Okay. 19.
Okay. Well, Kaz got all of 5.
Good job, man.
So by the end of it all, those who got under 10 will be exhausted by the end of the night. If you don't incur any more exhaustion beyond that. So, but...
What does the level of exhaustion mean exactly?
First level of exhaustion means that ability checks and attack rolls are at disadvantage.
Okay.
So take your first level of exhaustion. You're tired. You're just done. And that's after after doing a lot more climbing past the pool and everything. You feel like you're sufficiently close to the surface now, where the ice is starting to become more and more prevalent rather than rock. You find yourself having to with the different weapons and tools that you have at your disposal, you're able to punch through some of the ice if you need to. But it is kind of slowing your progress. But after a bit of that, it is starting to get cold. You put on your warm clothing, or you put some of those rubber ass spikes. Yep, into underneath your clothing, to be able to fight off the cold, and you find yourself in snow. Lots and lots of snow.
Lagan would turn to Alira. This is snow.
She would repeat.
Pick up a big handful.
Snow.
Make a giant Goliath-sized ball out of it and throw it at her.
Oh no. I imagine there'd be some kind of appropriate overreaction that I'm not aware of at this point. So yeah, she might overreact just a little bit, but realize that it's harmless, and you probably packed it kind of tight where she's got a little bit of a bump on her head now, but not much.
There's probably a big chunk of it kind of still stuck to her head where you got hit with it. Thankfully, he did not put rocks in it this time. So, I mean,
This time.
he's not
No,
trying
yes.
to be mean.
That would be an improvised weapon attack roll.
Yes, he's not trying to be mean.
Arya is gonna elbow Vanya and start making a ball and like doing that towards Lagon's direction.
Yep, she's gonna start making a snowball.
To be fair,
It just like makes a few to prepare.
to correct, you're not surfaced yet. You're under the snow.
We're still under.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh,
You're under the snow. You have not peeked out of it yet. It's kind of packed against the ice sheet that you see. When you kind of dinged the ice a little bit, some of that snow did come pouring in. But you realize that this entrance is completely glossed over had been completely glossed over with ice, and the snow is packed on top of it. And it's safe to assume that it's several feet, possibly, of snow on top of you.
Okay, so we're just in like a glacial bubble,
A
essentially.
little bit of a bubble, yeah, in the glacier.
All right. Then yeah, we have no snow to make snowballs with, but Arya is still making the implications to Vanya.
yep.
And she's just like whispering to her, like, so what we're gonna do is we're going to slowly build up the snowballs once we reach the surface, like taking it just like a short rest for a second, right? Because we're all gonna be happy just to get out. So we're gonna take the snowballs, we're just gonna barrage them, just like completely just hail of arrows, but instead of arrows, it's snowballs.
I like that idea. Try to bury the Goliath in the snow.
The last time I saw snow, oh, I'm so excited. This is probably like real snow, like snow you can touch and like interact with, instead of like poison snow or like a fallout snow from some horrible calamity. I'm so excited.
So how do you plan to get out of the snow? Dig through the snow?
Lagan is digging out.
I have a fire. I could use control flames to expand it and maybe melt some of the snow.
Fire, you say.
Fire.
Fire, you say.
Fire. Fire. You say you need fire.
Lagan is backing out of the hole where he's trying to dig out.
Because Arya's got that look in her eye.
Let me look. Let me look at this nonsense.
Oh god.
I know what I must do. And I must burn. I'm gonna cast Wall of Fire. And it creates an amount here. Do you want me to read the full thing?
Or you could just, if you have it in Roll20, you can just post it in the chat.
Perfect. Yes, I do.
But
'Cause
yeah, for all of the viewers out there, it creates a wall of fire. Kind of does exactly what it says on the tin. And
yes,
you're creating
that's
a
the
wall.
wrong thing. Why did it do that? That.
And you're just kind of pressing that firewall up against the ice sheet, basically that's keeping all the snow at bay,
Yep.
and just letting it
as long.
burn as long as it does.
Yep, and maintaining concentration for up to 1 minute. It will continue to burn.
Okay.
Yep.
So pressing it up against, yep, that's perfectly doable.
I'm wondering. There is one question
Up
I
to
have.
60 feet
and
long. Okay.
It's only for 1 minute, so I'm wondering, do I have extended spell?
Do you
Because if I have,
do you have that as a meta magic?
no, I don't.
No.
Sad.
Sad day. So it lasts a minute. I will say within that minute time that yes, it does burn hot enough to melt the ice and snow ahead of you. I will allow you to make a nature check with assistance, if you would like, to determine how long you would need to keep that wall up to melt it away that you can all get out.
I will offer assistance and even go further and, if possible, bardic inspiration.
You can bardic inspire.
Amazing. Let's see. That is 16, and my nature is a flat 0.
Are you happy with a 16?
Let me try and... You said I have advantage?
No, it's not advantage. Well, yeah, it would be advantage because you're getting assist.
Yes. The other roll was a 7, so yeah, I'm pretty happy with the 16 plus bardic inspiration is a what?
D6.
D6. I'll add that. That is a 3. So yeah, 19. I'll take it.
All right.
I accept.
Good. You know a lot about snow. You love snow.
Snow is so exciting.
Snow is exciting. You love it. It's great. It's white and fluffy. It's beautiful. Like maybe some other things in your existence. But you kind of you know that you're going to have to keep this wall up for 2 minutes in total in order to melt away enough snow that y'all could dig the rest of the way out by hand.
Okay.
So it would need a second cast.
All right, then that is something I will go ahead and do. The Arya, you see the fire, like little puffs of flame and embers float around her as she shifts and bursts it forth from her hands, almost as if it's like
Yeah.
a pillar reaches towards the ground and spreads across the area. She holds it there for some amount of time, snow melting, turning into this pool that rushes past everyone's feet.
It's cold.
And then she...
Very cold.
Yes, it is. And it trickles all the way down into the cave beyond them. And then once that slowly fades out, she will go ahead and do it again.
And you feel that you have made a sufficient enough dent in the snow around you that it's very easy to then climb out of.
Okay.
Which would bring you all to kind of a large sort of evergreen forest, snow-covered mountains in the distance. You're just kind of almost as if you're like surfacing out of the snow, as if you're coming up from water in a way. Fresh air, the smell of trees, the scent of just fresh air. It's hazy out, but you do see that it is, you can kind of gauge that it's maybe midday. It is possibly the most beautiful thing you have ever seen. Lagan just seems like he's in his element.
Runs out. Lagan runs out and just dives and rolls over on his back and makes huge snow angels.
Bonnie reaches out to Arya, just counts down 3, 2. Pop her up.
And then they just like start like chucking it. It's all hailing down on Lagan. Mid Snow Angel, you just suddenly see a storm.
Lagan will take his right arm and make, just skimming across the top, throw an arm length from arm to tip of the finger, wave of snow at both of you.
It's light and fluffy and powdery and It's like ideal skiing snow.
After that initial snow angel, Lagan is going to pay more attention to Alira and how she's dealing with the surface. And I know that
There are definitely reactions that she's having. She seems to almost squint at just the small amount of bright light that's coming in through the haze. She's kind
Small amount of
of
bright light.
shielding her eyes.
Brother, it's winter, and if it's the middle of the day, yeah, I don't think any of us can see.
snowblind is a thing.
It's true. I have it.
Well, it's hazy out. It's not like it's
Okay.
It's not like it's like very bright light, clear sky sort of a deal. It is kind of that like ever present haze, much like you see in the picture in the Roll20, where it kind of feels like it's the middle of the day, but it's also a lower light brightness than you would typically imagine.
Ah, gotcha.
So kind of a hazy, cloudy sort of a feel, and even then she's squinting her eyes because it's so bright to her.
Arya is going to see Zephyr just diving into the snow and running around and doing dog things, just like a husky that just returned back to its home. And
Zoom in.
Arya's
Around.
yes, doggy zoomies. And Arya's gonna go ahead and use prestidigitation to whip up like small gusts of wind so that the loose snow just ups around all of us and starts dancing around us. And she's gonna take out one of her instruments and start playing it. Just happy to be out.
And Vanya's going to join her with the guitar after she, kicks up some Zephyr. Fight at.
Harp and guitar time.
Lagan would join in with the flute.
All right, just a little bit of happy time. You are free to take a short rest if you like, but not a whole lot that you need a short rest for at the moment. Kaz seems to be grateful to be out of the underground, and Alira is just watching everything, watching you all. She's watching the trees, feels the wind, is just trying her best to watch you all through the sort of squinting that she's doing. She's it looks like she's having a hard time even keeping her eyes open because she's never seen this sort of bright light before.
No. In all of that, for just a moment between all of the dancing and celebration and enjoying the snow, Arya is going to stop for just a moment, come up to Alira, and just take her hand, give a very polite bow, and in a very broken undercommon, very broken, is it undercommon or was it?
Undercommon is her primary language, yeah.
Yes, in a very broken undercommon. Thank you.
In a very sort of broken surface common. You are welcome. She seems confused, though. Maybe.
I know this isn't home to you, but I'm hoping it can be one. I thought the world was dead too. I thought it was destroyed too. There's still so many beautiful things. Like trees and snow! Not the end times kind of snow. Bright, beautiful, fluffy snow.
She just kind of nods along.
Well, while they might be taking their short rest, Lagan is going to build a Goliath-sized snowman.
He's just like, has anyone ever, like, in their elementary school days and their like park playground or such, just rolled giant snowballs into infinity, and they're like several tons large, and it takes the whole class like just to push it, like 20 plus kids. That's what I imagine Lagan is doing, but just by himself.
Yep. Yep. Makes the snowman about the size of himself. It's 7 to 8 feet tall. Twig arms, because that's what you find in the forest right now.
Zephyr jumps up and steals one, running off with it.
I imagine these are the limbs from trees that have been too weighted down from the
snow that
snowfall
broke off. Yep.
that have recently broken, and they're about the same size as his arms, so he just grabs them and sticks them in the sides.
Yep. And Zephyr's perfectly fine to play with a stick. A bigger stick than probably most would understand, because Zephyr is kind of a really big dog. He's like Great Dane size or bigger. Maybe the pup of a dire wolf. Maybe he was the runt.
Yeah, I can just see Lagan sticks the first one in, goes to stick the second one in, Zephyr jumps up, steals the first one. Takes off with it.
Zephyr has big chompers.
Zephyr, bring back. I'll find you one.
He's just kind of wiggling back and forth, just kind of jumping around in the snow, and he doesn't sink very far because he's got feet that could easily work for walking in snow. The rest of you, however, find it very hard to trudge through the snow. As soon as you take a step, you start to sink a little bit. It is light and fluffy.
So Lagan would be looking for branches to try and make a improvised snowshoes with, and these seem to be evergreen trees.
Yeah, they would be.
Okay, so looking for limbs that are still kind of young to be able to make the
that are very still bendable.
Yeah, to make the outside with, and possibly trimming some of the green off of the limbs that he stuck into his snowman to make the cross hatching with.
Yeah. Go ahead and make me, since that's going to be more like a crafting in some way. Let's see what that would be.
You tell me.
Yeah. Let's make that a survival check.
All right.
Do you have any crafting tools?
I do not have any crafting tools. I'm. This is all improvised.
Okay. Then
Try-
yeah. Just a survival check.
17.
Oh, well, not too bad. All right. Yeah, you've made things like this plenty before. These are same kind of trees that are from around your home village. Same kind of snow situations typically. Maybe a little less, maybe a little more snow than you're used to. You might be some ways up the mountains. Running around and doing all of the physical exertion that you all have been doing, you realize that you're a little short of breath, quicker than maybe usual. The air is thinner around here than you're used to, but not so much that it's gonna cause any real issues, unless you get into like some really big like physical activity that's going to exhaust you. But just walking around, being a little like doing light things, that's not going to cause any problems at all. But if you were to get into a fight, for instance, you might get exhausted afterwards.
So Lagan would tell everyone, while we are here, sweat is bad. Sweat equals death. Because it freezes and then you freeze. Lose all body heat.
Well, that makes sense. Don't want to be wet and cold. Wet and cold is bad. Okay, then.
Good to know, Kaz says, as he's kind of wrapped. He's kind of like holding his arms around himself, where you think that he's stuck these Ramaraz spikes into his clothing, kind of keeping them close to his center of body, and he does not look happy.
That actually begs the question. Do you sweat? Are you like a lizard? Or are you more like... I mean, you look lizard, but I guess if it gets too hot or too cold, do you suffer? Will it kill you?
No.
I mean, it would kill anyone, but I'm... Warm-blooded or cold-blooded, I guess is what I'm asking.
Much like dragons can sustain our own body heat.
Understand.
I mean, half dragonborn exist.
I see.
We tend not to marry outside of the Dragonborn, but there are those who do, and I suppose that's how their children are born.
Okay. So, yes, warm-blooded. In a sense.
I suppose that's what that means. He kind of gives you a look like, I'm not exactly a scientist here.
Not either. Oh, you're muted, Lagan.
I said, so to make snowshoes for everyone, it's probably going to take several hours.
Yep.
We probably want to camp out here tonight.
Which no, Lagan, you would know, camping out in the wild also does require a shelter if you don't want to get
We're ahead of you on that. We've got 2 tents.
We have already made shelter with the hole we just come out of.
There's that too.
That too.
But there's now open, so fresh air come in.
So yeah,
And
you
we
can use that hole.
look out.
Yep.
I don't want to be back in a cave again, but if I must, I must.
You're not going back underground, just shelter from the wind and elements, because this high up, any moisture in the air would be coming back down, and with this temperature, if not snow, potentially ice.
Right.
So, and
Okay.
fire and water don't really mix.
Oh, another idea. Might be of use here. Maybe we should consider finding pelts or hides that we could work with, so that the other two aren't freezing again. Or just like side eyes at Kaz and Alira, who are probably not well insulated at the moment.
Nope. They have the Remoraz spikes, but that will only last for maybe another day.
I could always go hunting. It's not that big of a deal.
Don't go alone.
I've got Zephyr.
The Remoraz are very populous through the mountain regions. They like the cold. And there are other beasts of the mountains that are as nasty as the Remoraz that it's not a good idea to go hunting alone.
Alright, then who wants to go along?
Lagan is busy making snowshoes for everyone, so...
Yeah, trudging through the snow is actually kind of slow, even if you're going to go hunting.
This is going to be a wild thought, but I could definitely help fit.
In nature, I could probably help build snowshoes with them.
Yeah,
Yeah?
there's that too. Sorry, what were you going to say, Arya?
I was going to suggest that those who are actually good at the hunting in general go together. So, I myself, I mean, if I came along, I'd burn the pelts, to be honest. But, I mean, Kinwin, you could probably, do well with the animals as one of those of the druidic circles. And Lyra seems to be well equipped with survival, so two of you together with Vanya, who is the most proficient hunter, I would think. And I can help Lagan build the shelter, and Kaz can also help us.
So
You've been volunteered.
I will make a note that for the purposes of tonight's game, Alira and Kaz will remain in the camp. Otherwise, otherwise the rest of y'all can play do whatever you want. But
Okay,
for them, they're gonna set up camp or craft snowshoes or whatever else that maybe need doing.
Then I have really only one other thing. I posted it up before. Let me see something.
Sir. Sorry, I've got a dog pawing at my foot.
Down, Zipper.
Right?
The big question for coffee.
Mm-hmm.
Polymorph.
Polymorph. What about it?
Polymorph. Requires concentration up to 1 hour. If I were to use polymorph on myself,
Yes.
do I maintain concentration?
Yes, you do.
Dope.
The only stipulation to that being that
Mhm.
all stats on the creature that you change into are shifted, not just
Yes.
the physical stats. Just saying, just to remind you, and the audience.
I'm pretty sure that is rules as written.
Yep. Yep.
So that said, I would, since it's only up to 1 hour though, of course.
You can always recast if you have the spell slots, but yeah.
Yes. I think I need to look at the table of like to what level I can polymorph myself. But I think I'll go along as a polymorphed creature because I don't want to ruin the pelts with my fire.
Okay. Yeah, you can do that. And
Okay.
you would be I would imagine you'd be smart enough to be able to follow the people that you recognize. So, as far as the CR of the beast that you can change into, we can come to that at an appropriate time should we need it. But we'll for the purposes of that, I will say you are maybe a wolf of some description. So that
Ooh.
we have so that you and Zephyr look fairly similar. As far as
Actually, I have something. Wolf and giant owl are the same CR.
okay,
So I'm gonna go with the giant owl.
giant owl it is.
Woo. This is
The first time you're
thematically appropriate.
flying with your own wings.
This is true.
I imagine that gets a brief period of okay, how do I flap my arms? I'm not flapping
Yes.
spectral wings, I'm flapping my arms.
Yes. Arya, you see feathers just start growing from her arms as it shifts and changes, and suddenly the face of a barn owl appears before you. Its face is almost as white as the snow itself, with the deep dark eyes. And the rest, the quite a few of the feathers still carry this very golden tone to them, almost as a lot like the same hue as when she uses her ASMR wings.
This is the same color as the streaks in her hair too. All right. We've got a big barn owl. We've got a big wolf. We've got Vanya. Is Kinwin going on the hunting trip or no?
I think he's going to stay behind to help Lagan with the snowshoes.
Help with some of
I can
that.
do it either.
Either way.
I have Alira and Kaz helping me with the snowshoes
And setting up
making
camp.
our camp.
Yeah.
So, if anyone wants to go with y'all, that would give you the four of you with Zephyr.
Yeah.
Alright, so I'll go.
Alright.
All right. So the four of you are going. So to kind of give you an idea of what you see around you is obviously there's the 360-degree view of trees and snow. You see mountains in the distance, but you see one particular mountain kind of through the haze that is extremely tall. You can barely see it through the haze, but you do see that it is very tall and that it is snow covered completely. You imagine that mountain is the Obsidian Peak, which means that you're fairly close to where you ought to be. The peak being the peak is still several as far as from here to there is still several hundred miles away, but you can see it in the distance. The other thing that you would know is in the area would be that at the base of the mountains of the Obsidian Peak is the the city. The city. Let's see if I remember correctly. I don't remember what it is. Let me pull up my map so I can remember the name. The Garnet Keep, which is a city kind of built into the rock face, kind of as a sort of fort in a way. So where you are positionally, you figure that you're somewhere between somewhere in between the two, based on what you see so far. So depending just how high you are up on the mountainside, you get the sense that the Children of Fire might be around here somewhere. So, hoping to run into them at some point. But just like Kinwin's tribe, they can be tricksy and not want to be found. So
all the different druidic tribes in this world nomadic?
To a degree. Most of what you would know about the Children of Fire is that they do tend to keep close to the Obsidian Peak because of its active volcano-ness. You do see a little bit of a pillar of smoke kind of through the haze a little bit, coming from the Obsidian Peak's caldera. But you would know that that winters can be pretty harsh, and so in order for them to be able to maintain themselves, they do need some kind of permanent location, or travel up and down the mountain as the seasons would see them allowed. So, going between the caldera and the city, somewhere in between there is where they would be, typically. From what you would know, because the wilds are rough, and nature is chaotic, and can definitely shift very wildly in some cases. So, but you would kind of get the understanding that you're also somewhere kind of in between. So, finding them might just be a matter of time. And so, you're going on a hunting trip, and you're looking to gather pelts so that you can put them on the outsides of your tents or inside the camp in order to be able to keep warm, keep yourself off the ground, that sort of thing. Because, sleeping on the ground when it's cold is just going to cause problems. Okay, then in that case, Vanya, since you're leading the charge, go ahead and make a survival roll.
Okay.
See if you can pick up on the trail of a large creature.
How's a nat 20?
Ah!
For 27.
For 27. Natural 20. Oh, damn. Well, how big of a beast are you looking for? Because you got anywhere between rabbits, deer, owlbears, bears.
I say maybe some deer. Okay, Specs had a better idea. Bear.
A bear?
A bear. Get us a bearskin rug.
Okay. Well, let me look at the stats of a bear. Because it may be just if a... Okay, yeah, we'll go with a brown bear. Go with a brown bear. Yeah, you'd easily be able to overtake a brown bear. It's not a problem at all. I'm not even going to make you roll attacks for it because between the four of you, it's not even a competition. So you're perfectly able to find and kill a bear. You see them next to kind of a river, kind of bear fishing, and once it catches something in its mouth, that's when you strike, and you have killed a bear. So I would need a second survival check to skin it properly.
Okay. Do I get an assist from Kinwin on this?
That's proficiency in survival.
Okay. Either one of you can lead the roll if you want.
What's your modifier?
+8.
You can lead it.
Alright, so roll at advantage then.
You're gonna get bardic inspiration too, by the way.
17.
17. And that's with advantage? Oh my. That seems a little low for Kinwin, but we'll roll with it. You know
Does
exactly.
that include the D6?
From Bardic Inspiration?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
roll a
get a
d6 and get that Bardic Inspiration in there too.
Six, so it was 18 before, so 24.
Nice.
Nice.
Very nice. Nicely done. You know exactly how to skin an animal. It's been a while since you've done one as large as a bear. It usually takes several people, and so with Vanya's assistance and kind of fending Zephyr off from trying to sneak a snack, easily enough.
In order to fend him off, she's probably just gonna cut off like his meat and toss it out of the way for him.
Give him what he wants. He goes and has his snack. You are able to successfully remove the hide in whole, so there's no like imperfections in it. The hide is completely whole for the purposes of what you want to use it for. There's a lot of meat, a lot of raw meat. So, did you bring the bag of holding with you?
Yeah, probably.
Just kind of figured it was always on us.
Yeah.
It's always on a specific person.
Yeah.
Lagan has been carrying it since we lost
Kurobe.
Robe.
Yeah.
So, if they were going hunting, Lagan would have given them the bag
Yeah.
That's
to
fine.
restock with the meat.
Was
Or
there an
whatever
in-game
they're hunting.
explanation for where Kurobe went?
It just went poop.
You and he got separated in the Illithid nest, and you haven't seen him since. That's really all that you know. Because you were the last person to see him, Kinwin. But in that case, yeah, then you have a brown bear's worth of meat in the bag of colding now. That kind of replenishes everything, which means that you have enough food to last you another couple of weeks. So,
Probably
on top
also
of what
gonna
you
take
still had in
claws-
there. Yeah.
Claws, the teeth.
Yeah. You just kind of put it all in, put it all in there so it stayed preserved, and make the trudging walk back with the bear hide and bear meat in your bag now.
Oh, that was pretty successful.
It would have taken a couple of hours to do that, to both skin and separate the meat out. So polymorph would be expired by this point.
Yes. It sure was. You know, all things considered, I almost expected it to be a lot harder.
I spent a lot of time hunting.
You're very skilled. You'll have to show me sometime. Some of your abilities and techniques.
Maybe once we find a decent place.
Decent place. Are you proposing we settle down?
Maybe. just to see her reaction to what she says.
Hold on, I think I just heard another bear.
All right. So you start trudging your way back, and now you have Lagon has by this point finished up several pairs of those snowshoes. Alira and Kaz have done their best to set up the sleeping spaces for the camp, places for keeping warm, all of that sort of thing.
For the sake of assisting with processing the hide of the bear, Arya is going to do prestidigitation to just pull off all of the blood, grime, dirt, all of that stuff off of it, whipping it into the snow. Just point to it. Don't eat that.
Specifically directed at Zephyr.
No.
Who immediately, as you turn your back, goes and starts playing with all of the offal.
Yep.
And seeing that it's getting dark, is a campfire already prepared? Very good.
In preparation for the sleeping space, there would be several layers of the whatever the tree, whether it's cedar or pine, spruce, whatever, laid out on the ground to help insulate as well.
And insulate and elevate, yep.
Yeah.
Yep, this way you're not sleeping directly on the ground. And it definitely looks cozy. Once you start throwing, blankets and all of the tent fixtures and everything else for everybody to keep warm, and it looks like everybody's going to be very close when it comes to individual space. You're not gonna have you're not having individual beds. You're having you're sleeping very, very close to one another. So
you say this as if I've ever had a problem with it in the first place.
Right.
Some characters do, and some characters don't.
Only when we force you to get naked.
We've already been naked all together, so it's...
In this particular case, your clothing is not wet, so that you need to shuck it all off to wait for it to dry.
Right.
You're free to sleep closely together with your clothing on.
Easy. Cuddle puddle.
All right. So, with that being said, you have your camp set up. You have everything going for for that, and you can get your long rest so that you can continue your travels tomorrow, which would mean that that the snowshoes would also be finished. You're also you're gonna have, Kaz and Alira volunteer for watch to be able to keep anything at bay that should arrive a little too close. Which
John would take a watch too.
Okay. So good enough. And when you wake up and prepare yourselves for the day, you are free to do and go where you would like.
So you should have lost that exhaustion with the long rest, Kinlan.
Yes, the exhaustion is removed after a long rest.
Awesome.
Which direction should we be in, Kinlan? Do we go up? Do we go down? Do we reverse?
Would I know the correct direction?
You would know, like I said before, that anywhere between, since it is the winter, anywhere between the caldera of the volcano and the Garnet Keep is where they're usually kind of settled. With it being this heavy in winter, they would likely be closer to the city and in less elevation than closer to the mountaintop, because the mountaintop gets rather windy and rather cold this time of year. Even for those who have an affinity for fire, it is dangerous to be up that high. So,
yeah, that's what the top of the caldera is not. It's not viable this time of year. They're probably closer to the fort, around that area.
which would be down the mountain from where you are now.
Oh. How far away is it?
You wouldn't know exactly where they are because they do tend to not want to be found. So there's no established sort of village really. But anywhere between here and the city, you imagine is where they would be found, maybe. Much like you were lurking through.
I pop on my eyes of the eagle and try to look around. Do you think I see anything with?
You definitely see a clearer picture of the caldera at this point, given that the haze is cleared and it's very bright outside this morning, meaning that Alira is absolutely having a hard time even looking at anything right now. The sky is clear. The vision that you see is lots and lots of mountains and trees. What you would be looking for is signs much like your own tribes, in the trees or in the paths or markings or things of that sort. You would be looking for those kinds of things to indicate where they would be going. Such as like you had been when you were searching for your own clan before.
Do maybe a survival check to see if I can find any tracks or something.
If you wanted to do a single survival check for your search for the whole day, then we could do that.
I can assist in that.
Yes.
Okay, so roll at advantage. So you're telling Vanya and everybody what they're looking
20
for.
plus 8.
Woo! All right. Well, you guys want to find everything. All right. So the eyes of the eagle, the goggles that you wear, that you have on your possession, definitely are very helpful in that you see from a distance as you're walking, you're able to see much further and possibly even find those signs that wouldn't be necessarily easy to spot for most of your companions. You're kind of keeping your eyes kind of up towards the other mountains, kind of while everyone else is kind of looking around at the foot level, and you see the smallest of a smokestack in the distance. It would just kind of disappear into the clouds otherwise, if there were clouds. But the fact that it's a clear sky makes it much easier to see from this distance, and much easier because of the goggles. So you look up at one of those mountains, kind of nearby to you, from where your position is, and kind of point and say, "That way." And so with that, the rest of the party is able to follow in that direction, and Kinwin, you're able to keep an eye out for any markers or signatures or anything like that. There are some signs in Druidic that you would recognize along the way. There's no real path because it's all snow covered. But the fact that y'all have improvised snowshoes right now, you're not sinking into the snow as much as you were on the hunting trip. So you have an easier time trudging through the snow. But yeah, in traveling for a couple of hours, you're getting closer and closer to that small sort of smoke signal, indicating maybe a campfire or maybe a larger fire. What do you do as you start to approach within a mile or two?
How often is it that there are other people trekking through these hills?
Based on what you are observing right now, or are you asking?
No, I'm asking the party. Like, beyond just the tribe and townsfolk that might be far from here. At this time, how often is it that people usually go through here? Go through that valley or similar paths, other than strange ones such as us?
Based on Kinwin's survival check, he'd probably give you an indication that virtually no one.
Let's see. So it would be safe to assume that we won't run into any bandits or such. The fire one isn't. Okay, another question. Kinwin, have you encountered this druidic tribe before? Have you interacted with them before? Are you familiar?
There was sometimes some, members from one tribe to others to exchange information and whatnot, but so I know a little bit about the people who came to my place, but I've never been here before myself.
I see. This is a whole new experience then.
Indeed.
I guess, I don't know. I was just mostly hoping if we had, like, if there was some sort of way that we're supposed to greet them, or if there are certain practices we need to be aware of, like social taboos. Just, I like getting to know people.
Would I know of anything about that? Some of the ones that came over to my tribe area?
In some of the interactions that you've had between the two tribes, you know that that a lot of this region's populace is mostly Goliath, human, beast folk, and half orc. That there's not a whole lot of elves in this region, to be quite honest. That a lot of the druids and fighters and things of the tribe of the Children of Fire tend to also wield that fire as a weapon. So
Hey, maybe I can find some friends.
Gotcha. Okay. I'm putting all my trust in you, then. Lead the way, Kinman.
all right. So you start making your way for the last mile or two towards this this smoke that you see in the air. Thick sort of tree coverage makes it very hard to see very far when you're at the ground level. You kind of look past all of that, and eventually you do come to a point where you see a clearing that has shelters made of wood. And these shelters look like they could be, much like your own tribe, taken down and reused when things get tough. So this is kind of a semi-permanent camp, much like the one at home. The people that you see are you see a number of Goliaths, gray skin, sort of patterned with the sort of darker gray stripes. The men bald like Lagon, the women big sort of poofy black hair, kind of tied into bundles and braids and all sorts of things. You do see that the clothing they wear has a lot of fur and pelts, but another distinct sort of and maybe it's specific to this region, is that the other part of the clothing that they wear is much in the same vein as the kilt that Lagon wears for special occasions, where it's long, heavy, woolen, just sort of cloth draped over the whole person, wrapped around the waist, and each of them kind of seems to be attending as some kind of job that they're doing as you're approaching. One of which is does look like to be some kind of guard, because he has a spear and a shield, a sort of helmet. It looks like to have some leather armor, and he is as you're approaching, just kind of walking up to this place, kind of stops you in your tracks and says, in a very, very thick sort of accent, Who are you? In Giant. In Jotun. You're muted, by the way.
Lagan responds, "We are the Lucky Sevens. Our friend Kinwin has brought us to your troop from your sister village." Also responding in Jotun.
Druidic, I would like to say, greetings, my friends. I am Kinwood Silverwolf of the Children of Earth. I come to you in peace and friendship, and then respectfully bow before them.
A druid. He says in common. The funny speech. Okay. Well. Welcome. This is unexpected. Or maybe not. I don't know. The elder might want to see you in that case. How did you find us?
We'll track through the caverns. But then when we got out here, I was, well, I'm pretty good at tracking. And I have a very good aid for it.
And your elf? I can tell. They're short. You are a small little man.
Indeed.
Well, one moment. Stay here. Do not move. I will get the rest of the family. And he starts to walk off into the rest of the village. And what you see is a clearing that's kind of been mostly cleared out of any snow. There's a sort of tree line that sort of surrounds the whole place. In the center is a bunch of these sort of temporary homes. You see smoke coming out of each one of them, where you imagine either a campfire or a stove has been set up to provide warmth. You see several human women. You see several human men. You see few majority Goliaths in this place. One half orc that seems to have their hair kind of tied up in a very similar way to the Goliath women. Her skin kind of almost a greenish gray. But the big thing is that she's got these big protruding tusks kind of coming out from the bottom lip. That the only reason that you can tell that she's half is because she is rather small compared to the Goliath men. She's about the size of a human. She's also maybe got a couple of these stripe markings, so maybe her other half is Goliath. Who's to say? But another rather distinct looking individual is someone whose hair looks like it's on fire. kind of an obsidian colored skin, much like a lyra, but their hair just seems to be this continual flame at the top of their head.
Kenran.
I
Of what kind of person is that? The one whose mane is aflame.
just seems to be think of it, it's just the druid embracing the flames as I embrace the forest and plants.
Do you think so?
Indeed. Druids are not only about the forest, there are many different types of lands that the various druids associate with. Forest is only one of them.
I see. I didn't realize that druidic practices could allow such things. Though I guess that's not too unusual.
And they all are kind of dressed the same and in similar colors when it comes to the sort of woolen sort of kilts.
Oh, I'm tempted to ask them. And speak to the people here, but I'll stick with the rest of you for now, till we have the permissions. And you can all kind of see that Arya is like trying to contain her excitement over everything, but she does hang back a bit, closer to Kaz and Alira, and she's gonna check in with them, and she'll start a conversation with them on the side a little bit.
Okay. Eventually, that guard that you saw comes back and brings with them what you assume to be the elder of the group. He's got this sort of he's Goliath, and so he's very very tall. He's very very strong. He's got very sort of lean muscles. Kind of looks like he and Lagon could maybe go toe to toe in a match. Maybe has this mean right hook. He's got this sort of he's got similar markings to Lagon, except they're maybe a little bit more jagged. Cover different portions of the face and the body. But there's also a little bit of face paint as well to indicate possibly his position, along with this sort of almost like crown of vines that have been hardened into almost petrified even on the top of his hood, because he's wearing a hood, and being bald in the cold, and especially because it's kind of cold even for Goliaths right now, that he's kind of protecting his head from the elements, as much as all of them are. He's got this just a little bit of like blue face paint kind of dotting his cheeks and the middle of his forehead. And he just kind of looks at you all with his arms crossed, just kind of cocking his head. Children of Earth, say you? This isn't common.
Is it what?
Children of Earth? That's what you are.
Indeed, yes. Raised since the baby as one.
Hmm. You look the part. You're wearing their colors. And, well, spoils of your hunts, I guess.
Indeed. I wove this pattern myself after I graduated to a full-fledged priest.
Priest. Oh. Aren't you a funny one? Well, I have yet to hear all the rest of your names.
These are my allies and friends. Vanya, Arya, Lagan, Adira, and Kaz.
Don't forget Zephyr.
Oh yes, and definitely Zephyr.
Ah, yes, the young pup. Well, your visit catches us at an odd time.
Can I ask if that has anything to do with the undead?
How did you know?
We have the same problem around ours. And we, in our investigation, have uncovered that the old god of death is behind this. So I'm assuming that it wasn't just our area he was attacking.
Strange news of weird behavior from the city folk. It's very, very odd indeed. You must be awfully cold. He looks at the rest of the party as you have some warm weather clothes, but probably are a little bit chilly even with that. So he takes you all. Please, please. I insist you all come to my Jarl house because you deserve a hot meal and warmth, and we will speak more about this after dinner. But for now, he's going to then take you to a sort of very rectangular building that is kind of like sitting on sort of this it's sitting on like a foundation that's a little bit elevated, just so that the fire that is built kind of in the center when you walk in is kind of traps all of the heat into this place. That none of it is like wasted or anything like that. It's a very odd looking building. But in doing so, there's tables that surround the fire. There is there's a sort of it would be considered almost a throne because it's the most ornate chair out of the entire group, but it's not really much more ornate than the rest. And so he goes to sit at the head of one of these tables in that chair, and almost immediately as he sits down, there's food being brought out to eat. A little bit of everything for anyone. So there's like a great deal of meats. There's a great deal of breads. There's There's vegetables and all sorts of things to eat on. Alira looks at all of it like it's all very strange to her. That one would even she looks a little appalled that one would even put mushrooms on a fire. So the grilled mushrooms look she looks a little sad about it. But I think that is where we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we will delve more into this particular little thing going on. So we'll be right back, everybody. Welcome back, everyone, to Rebirth, a D&D Tale. Last we left off, our party of adventurers, the Lucky Sevens, found themselves at the village, well, temporary village, of the Children of Fire, a sister tribe to Kinwin of the Children of Earth. They had been led by the elder, who has since introduced himself as Sev Roland. Immediately upon their arrival, he took them to his sort of longhouse and set them to sit at the tables that had surrounded the center fire. And as soon as he sat down, food and drink of all kinds began to pour out of a kitchen area and began to be served at this table. There were meats, bread, vegetables, fruits, wine, ale, strong liquor, just about anything that you could think of. It seems that they have quite a bit when it comes to resources for food. The elder explains the meal and says that everything on the table is either hunted, grown, foraged, or prepared by his tribe. So everything is homemade, in a sense. And so, having eaten a meal, the elder kind of leans back in his chair, kind of pulls down the sort of fur hood that he's wearing at the moment to reveal some of the markings that he has. Again, similar to Lagon, but different. He kind of leans onto the table after his plate has been emptied, kind of pushing it aside and looking over at Kinwin. So, you mentioned something about undead.
Yes, they were plaguing the area around the Twilight Road, but we put an end to it then.
You put an end to it.
Well, the old god of death, I guess, could come back and start again, but for now, yes.
I've heard whispers of cults worshipping death. It's unusual times. And I don't put a whole lot of stock into the faiths of the people of the region. It's troubling when things are starting to get odd. The mountain, for instance. It seems agitated. It's not very often that the obsidian peak erupts. Probably once every 100 years or so. But there are quakes and rumblings in the air. The atmosphere is warmer than usual around the peak, and I'm not certain why.
We could try to investigate that for you.
You say the mountain is agitated.
Yes,
How is it agitated?
I'm not sure. It's just more rumblings in the ground, more of the sort of ash in the air. It's been going on for several years now. And while I have two theories, one of which is that the natural order has been disturbed by those who would find undeath preferable to life. The other theory is that the stomach of the volcano is upset, much like when one's own stomach would get upset after eating something you didn't care for.
How does the undead tie to the mountain's agitations?
I'm still trying to find that out. But there are rumors of coming from the keep. We don't go there very often, but when we do, we try to keep up with the times, and things have been odd. We've found it best that we just isolate ourselves for the time being, so as not to get mixed up in their quarrels.
Said there were rumblings from Garnet Keep?
No, the mountain is rumbling.
No. That something of the undeath before we took our break was tied to the city further down.
Yes.
You said.
Yes.
And I'm asking about that. Poor choice of words. My apologies.
He doesn't know much. But like he said, he's actually advised his whole tribe to stay away from the city for now, until whatever it is that's going on blows over. Just that there have been rumors of undeath going on and kind of plaguing the city. But he's not gone and investigated himself. Or sent anyone to investigate.
But you believe that could potentially tie into the ruling of your mountain?
Anything that upsets nature. Or it could be not related. It could be two entirely different things. It's too cold in the mountain to go and investigate the caldera.
Yeah.
Coffee. Question. We have heard previously that the Obsidian Peak was a volcano, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong, Elder Roland, but to my understanding, the Obsidian Peak is a volcano.
It is.
So, what is the difference between a volcano becoming active again and perhaps, I guess, what you suspect might be some sort of magical interference?
Is that it's too early.
How can you tell? Too early. Oh. So there's a pattern.
There is a pattern. There's been a pattern for hundreds of years. Once or twice, maybe, in a century. That it erupts, and from the quaking of the earth and the ash spewing out the mountaintop, it's ready to go off again. Could be
Indeed.
days, could be
Soon?
weeks, could be months.
How early is it compared to usual?
The last eruption was 100 years ago.
And it's not supposed to for how long?
Correction. Last eruption was less, so it was more like 25 years ago.
So entirely too soon. And it's too much into the weather, get to the caldera to investigate, so if your suspicions and theories are correct, we would need to go down the mountain to Garnet Keep, potentially to discover the source of, if there is any tie to this. Correct?
It's the only theory I have, and the only theory we can investigate right now. But I am not sending my people to the keep.
Have you sent anyone to the peaks?
It's much too cold.
Too cold.
Or if we got cold, or if we got up high enough past the cold, it would be too warm. Too hot.
Would you assist us with some items for our journey to the keep?
If you want to take up that sort of mantle, then I'm not going to stop you.
Do you have any water inlaid in gold vessel worth 400 GP? Or do you know someone who might have it in your tribe?
Anything inlaid in gold?
Yes, water.
We don't have any gold.
It's literally required for a June spell. It's one of the components.
What was the component again?
Water inside a gold inlaid vial worth at least 400 GP. Last time I used that, you said you'll let me just take away the 400 GP from the thing, but from now on, I would have to actually buy them.
Okay, yeah. In that particular case, they don't, well, they don't really use gold in much the same way that other like cities do, where they like make vials out of them or things like that.
Well, I guess they just don't like elementals then.
Yeah, they don't. Well, I'm trying to think, because like in general, druids don't do a whole lot in the way of metal, at least according to the book. But to have components that have and require metal in them, that's that's a bit of an oddity. But as far as the component that you're looking for, the vial with gold is not going to be found here. Plenty of water, but not the gold vial.
Well, it doesn't say anything special about the water, so we could just probably get that literally anywhere.
Yeah, it's any kind of water, yeah.
You know, I do create holy water quite regularly. There are a couple vials still, well, in my pack and kind of spread out amongst the group from the last time I created holy water.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah, there's nothing special about the vials for that, though. This is requiring a special vial for it to be put in.
Right. More likely to find in Garnet Keep. But as far as provisions, could you possibly outfit our new friend's Kaz with clothing more suitable to
yes,
our clients?
Yes, they look like they would. I'm surprised you've made it up this far without the kind of clothing you need.
Oh, it wasn't easy, Arya says as she's splaying out across one of the pelts that is just absolutely luxurious and fluffy and just wrapping herself up.
We were fortunate enough to come across a remote, and what was left of the spines has been keeping them as warm as we can make them for now.
Yes, well, that's a temporary fix. We've done so before in the past ourselves, but they don't last very long in this kind of cold.
Right. So, getting them outfitted is top of our priorities for now.
As long as you don't mind wool.
At this point, he would see that under Lagan's armor is a kilt very similar to his, even if he of it because it's under the plate. He can see the skirt of the kilt underneath the breastplate, covering to his knees.
You're already familiar with all of that, but I don't know about your dragonborn friend or your elf friends. How much do they enjoy wearing wool?
I do not.
Not sure, but I guess it'd be better than walking around in any case.
Yes, we can certainly supply. I think there might be some spare kilts around. I'd have to check with our weavers, but I believe we can definitely make something.
Coffee?
Oh,
Oh
hello.
no, we lost coffee.
No.
Oh no! No! Hello? Hello?
Welcome back!
Ha!
Did you lose everything else?
The stream went, like, completely dipped for a second, but it didn't disconnect. So, we still got the stream going.
Okay, good.
So, you might have heard me scream. Hi chat. But But yes, he was saying that that he could check with the weavers to see if there are some spare kilts around, but he's sure that that they could be provided with either pelts or a kilt or something like that to suffice for warm clothing. He's just gonna it's gonna take a little bit of time for him to gather it, but you're free to stay here in this place during that time, so that they don't have to go out in the cold.
So until recently, the rumblings with the mountain, have you or anyone from your tribe had any dealings with those of the Garnet Keep? Or do you keep to yourselves primarily?
We keep to ourselves primarily. We don't more they the dealings of the country of Darmstadt, the theocratic leadership of the country, we try not to affiliate with as much as we can. We don't believe the same things as they do, and thus find a lot of persecution. So we keep to ourselves. We don't necessarily believe in the creator gods, and thus are, well, outsiders. Even if we may be kin in some fashion.
I have dealt with such things regularly.
And even with the broad sort of affinity for Melora or the other creator gods, Moradin or Palor. We have no need of those. We just simply sustain ourselves off of the land under our feet, and that is enough.
So you know nothing of the town?
Generally speaking, no.
Do you have maps of the area? Possibly of the town, even if you don't deal with them regularly.
A map of the town, specifically? It's generally south of here. If you follow the valley.
Right. But yes, do you have a map of the town?
I would have no need for a map of the town if I'm not going there. It's built into the mountain face. I'm sure that when you arrive, they will be they're friendly enough until they realize that you're not the same.
Not the same. How do you mean?
Well, amongst them, then you find giant kin. Amongst them, you would find humans, elves, and dragonkin might get stares.
Dragonkin might get stares.
Well, yes, oddities.
They can stare all they want.
We've been stared at the entire time we've been together.
And if you come off as rich in any sort of way, so hide your money, if you have any. You might get robbed.
They might get dead.
That's an awfully harsh reaction to a thief.
Well, I don't know how to pull punches.
He really doesn't.
And, I don't deal with thieves very well.
Don't be fooled. He likes to pull the tough guy act, but he's very empathetic, even to madmen.
Curious bunch.
But all things considered, it's unfortunate you don't have more information or observations about Garnet Keep, but I don't think that's necessarily going to stop us. You've already pointed us in a very specific direction at this point regarding, well, the goings-on and what the goal of our travels are. At least, for myself. Kinwin,
Hi.
if I remember right, you were on a mission to connect all of your sister tribes.
Yes. To gain knowledge about the imbalance of the land and the undead.
And I believe that more than anything, we need to find out what's going on.
Indeed.
There's definitely an
there-
imbalance going on.
Have you noticed any sort of focal point to that? Rather than just the Obsidian Peak, but is there... I mean, we know that there are mines throughout the region. Underground passages of sorts that have been dug out here and there throughout the years, and perhaps maybe there's some sort of path that leads into the peak itself.
Actually, yes.
Oh,
We use it during the summer months to pay homage to the mountain itself.
but not in winter.
It's blocked off by snow. And ice and everything else.
And ironic that the Children of Fire are deterred by the snow. Arya will just flick her fingers. The little flame will pop up just above her finger as if lighting a match.
Well, if you've noticed, the air does get thinner the higher you go up the mountain. It is a test of strength, a test of will, a test of your personal conviction to even make the pilgrimage up the mountain. It is grueling, even during the summer. Not to mention, as soon as you get there, the heat vents spew out smoke and ash and noxious gas. It's sort of a coming-of-age ritual.
It's quite the coming of age.
The air becomes so thin that if you don't spend enough time acclimating to it, you succumb more quickly.
It is the course of several months to make the trip. On purpose. And then it is another month or two coming back down to reacclimate to the proper sort of winter, I suppose. But the whole tribe goes up every year. Those who are coming of age will test themselves in the vents. And those who make it back, well, they are officially members of our clan.
With the imbalanced times, is this a trip you plan coming this coming year?
If the mountain does not erupt, then yes. If it does, well, that's going to be something we would have to put off for at least several years, if not a decade.
I see. Then it seems that we have to find a workaround. I'm not particularly comfortable with the idea of mountain erupting on a significant city. At a very unfortunate time. And these calls of undead make me anxious. But I have an idea. And Elder Roland, you may stop me if it's too presumptuous. But this coming year, would it be possible, if we do not find a way up to the mountain before then, would it be possible for our party to make the trip with your tribe?
That's a lot to be asking as an outsider. But if you feel it necessary to go to such a revered place with us, you have a member of your party as part of our sister clan. It is the only reason I would consider it.
We have more than as part of their sister tribe.
I don't take your meaning.
There are 3 of us that went through rituals and trials with the sister tribe to become part of their tribe.
Oh.
Myself included.
I did not realize this. You certainly don't dress the part.
I come from a very different traveling group before I met these people.
I see.
I spent the majority of my life on the seas.
He is a good man that still worships the land that he calls Melora.
Melora.
Yes.
As if giving the land a name makes it much more worth.
The Wild Mother fits.
Is it so necessary to personify the land in such a way?
I do not personify the land in such a way, but give name to the deity that gives me power.
Ah, so you do believe in creator gods.
I do. But that does not mean that we cannot kill. I have known Kenwin here many months now. And we get along just fine. I do not see why it should be so different for you and I, or those of your tribe.
It is
We don't have to believe.
It is simply because of past interactions. And it is no fault of your own. It is more caution. It's more out of caution that I urge you to perhaps keep that to yourself. As
Least I can do.
You would find much in the way of acceptance at the Garnet Keep. You might find stares here amongst my people. You are friends, and you are to be treated as such. And if you do go with us to the ritual site, then you will also become members of our tribe, as you have with the Children of Earth. I simply do not wish ill on anyone.
Nor do we. And that is our purpose here. We recognize the imbalance. As Kenwin has mentioned, we put a stop to a cult of the old dead gods and have faced very, very treacherous challenges. I have a very special connection with the land as well, though I am not of the tribes. And I understand that making the quests I have overstepped boundaries and traditions of your people. And yet still you show me hospitality. I thank you for that. And in that same respect, I owe you... I suppose I owe you a story.
I'm always keen for stories.
There was once someone who made a promise to the land, ages and ages ago. And they sacrificed themselves for someone who may or may not have deserved that. A life, a future, a present. But hopefully made good with it. But when he died, I became aware of a very specific purpose. And from stone I was reborn. That purpose is the due pact I made with the land. My sacrifice now fulfilled. It is now within my karmic debt that I try and restore the balance. I've been called to this age to do so. This group, the Lucky Sevens, are also called to this duty. and have risen to the cause. In one way or another, we are all trying to stop the rise of the darkness. Restore Zuviwao, the Wild Mother, Melora, whatever mantle you refer to her as, to her glory. From what we presume was a calamity. So, by those means, I know it seems very unbelievable, but we are willing to make the effort and rise to the occasion. Call to action, so to speak. However you may take it. If our words do not seem to line up with any reality that you know, or any knowledge that you hold, and all of your wisdom of the land, then please let our actions prove it.
The land simply gives. It supplies you with everything that you need. And that is to all creatures. Beast, mankind, monstrosity, even those born out of a calamity. She simply gives. What you do with that gift, she asks for nothing in return. You may mistake your gift as a debt. Perhaps it is your own guilt that causes you to owe her. But she does not ask that of you. You are simply to exist, do what you must, and die. That is the cycle of life. That is true of you, that is true of those in Garnet Keep, that is true of myself, my tribe, the mountain, the clouds, everything. And with rumors of the disturbance of waking the dead, with the intention of creating something foul on the wind. I would prefer to avoid it as much as possible as well, if you feel called to such a purpose. That is you creating your own purpose.
But it is not one. The duty is not one that I would ask. Overstepping your tribe's ways. It is something that I must first seek your blessing for. I believe something that all of us would owe to you and your people.
If you feel that you are strong enough to join my people, then I will not stop you.
I have confidence in every one of my allies.
I did not catch that. Could you say that again?
With confidence in every one of my allies.
Then there you are. I suppose you should not let your comrade down.
Arya will give a polite bow. And both to the elder, smile boldly at Kinwin. Then we'll prepare for the journey.
Sounds good.
Then I expect to see you there in the summer. Or before then, if you're... Maybe.
So, like, how into winter are we?
At the beginning of winter. So you got 6 months.
Yeah, like the whole season.
Yep. Pretty much.
Yep.
Unless you want to go there unless you want to go there sooner. That's an option too. If you want to risk death by freezing.
Really dangerous to do that.
It would be a death by freezing if you did not if you got to the full point of exhaustion.
That would suck.
Yep. And of course the elder would not recommend until the summer, but you are free to do what you like. You're a bunch of individual and adventurers. You have your own decisions to make.
Are there any other ones in the recent vicinity that are safe to travel to?
Are there any what that are safe to travel
Are there
to?
any other towns in the recent vicinity that would be safe to travel to?
The Garnet Keep is the closest city. There are other villages dotted in the valley, but that's the biggest city.
We either stay here and just practice our arts for the season, or maybe go see if any of those villagers need help with something.
We did want to take a look at the undead. That's close to the keep. We could go deal with that and then come back up.
While they're having this discussion, Lagan will have a private discussion with the elder.
Okay.
Specifically about the beliefs that he just mentioned.
Okay.
About the land.
So you're wanting to pull the elder aside as everyone else is kind of...
He's not trying to be disrespectful, rude in any way. But he starts off with, I can respect your beliefs. But she has spoken to me and given me the call, specifically to do the best I can to restore balance to the land. Primarily by dealing with these undead things and removing them from this place and this land.
You and I both agree that they are a blight.
Whether you believe in her, she speaks to me.
I am not saying that you are wrong.
No. He's trying to as best he can Not that anyone is wrong, but that she has spoken to him and given him the direct purpose of removing this blight from the land wherever he finds it.
Then I wish you the best of luck.
So, whether you believe in her or not, I know she exists. Whatever name we put to her.
The
And
goal
we have
we can agree upon.
roughly 6 months to return for your ritual.
Yes, that would be the safest time.
These are unsafe times at best. As my companions have said, we've been dealing with undead things for months. It is only going to get harder, I suspect.
Well, based on the normal circumstances and the usual sort of obstacles that I expect in the mountain, yes, 6 months from now would be the safest in that regard. Any other obstacles that might show up as a result of something we do not account for, well, I suppose that's why we would have you and your adventuring party.
If, as you suspect, there is a group or cult, for lack of better words, dealing with these things that are the root source of the unease with your mountain and its rumblings and grumblings, should the mountain erupt if we are unable to deal with it in time, you say we're looking at decades before the rituals can be resumed?
Several years at the least, to give the molten rock time to cool and solidify and become one with the rest of the mountain.
Which means you may potentially have to find routes through.
Possibly. Might even have to abandon the mountain itself.
Okay. When was the last time any of your peoples had any dealings with those of the Garnet Keep? Centuries ago?
No, it's not been that long. On the occasion, we could go down to resupply some of the necessities, such as, for instance, if we run low on food, for instance, we will send someone, a group of people, to be fair, to barter in Garnet Keep. And they often bring back rumors, as people are more than happy to talk about the things that they suspect about what's going on here and what's going on there. And based on the several trips over the last 12 months, things have been unstable regarding the religious leadership of the country.
I see.
whispers of unsatisfaction, of tyranny.
Okay.
That Diamond City is starting to rule with an iron fist.
Diamond City?
The capital of the country.
I know nothing of this place.
Normally, the king is very fair and just, but perhaps is paranoid about something these last few years. And with the king grasping at whatever might bring him hope, it seems that it is not without its consequences.
I see.
Unrest. And when the hope that you have is placed in a god that you feel has abandoned you, then where else do you turn? Likely another god.
I see.
That's why I called it a cult.
I understand.
And if what you say is true about it being a cult possibly dedicated to an old god,
God of death before we just took its place. From my understanding.
and he says a word in Jotun, Vecna.
Lagan would describe the statue that he saw. It has similarities to that of Ouijas, but there's only one eye. The first statue that they found
Mm.
in the
Yep.
I could not use.
I've heard many names, many tales, but destruction follows his wake.
What you tell me of Garnet Keep is troubling too. I thank you. I thank you for your time.
I hope that you go with your god.
He is with me always. Lagan will return to the group.
And by that time, the elder has gone and called it a night, as it is getting late, and he has other duties to attend to before he does truly turn in for the night. And so he excuses himself to go and take care of some of his other duties. And for an elder, he does not look particularly very old.
With the new information, Lagan will share what he suspects, and that we may be walking into a bay.
Sorry, you were cutting out there just a little bit. Say that again.
Lagan will share the information that he got, what's going on with Diamond City, and that we may be walking into a situation what we walked into in Combe. And these are just his suspicions from what has been told by the Elder. But it feels very reminiscent to what we found in Combe. Not what he left, but what we walked into.
No. I mean, that... Really? I can't...
From what he has given me in the descriptions, and the Elder had told him of Diamond City and how trying to, with the Iron Fist, much the way that Lord Kaiji was.
Not again.
As of yet, is only suspicion.
If that's the case, then... Arya, just kind of huddles everyone close and pulls them in. It's still in the back, right? The book.
What about the book?
We can't let anyone get to it.
No, we can't.
We can't burn it either. And I haven't. Still.
I think with you being a priest, it would be for the best. But just... What if there's something else like that there as well?
Then I will do with it what I must. The same was with this.
There's got to be a way to get rid of them. To destroy them, but... Now isn't the time to think about that. I get flashes. Sometimes.
Flashes.
What?
Of some of the things Rune saw. I'm not... If that is the case, it needs to be put a stop to, but at the same time, I'm not willing to risk any of you for that.
I don't know if the source of what is going on is in Garnet Keep We're in Diamond City. However, if we don't at least investigate, all we have are rumors and
Rumors. Fair. Fair enough.
so I think our best course for now, take the time we need, get Alira and Kaz outfitted for the weather and climate of where we are, and then make our way into Garnet Keep through the valley to at least begin our investigations and determine whether or not the Elder's suspicions are correct.
Lagan,
Yes,
are you okay?
I still have things I need to do. But I am alright.
Okay.
I thank you for asking.
You seemed off since speaking with the elder.
As I said, what the elder gave me is rumors and suspicion, but is very reminiscent situation we found ourselves before you joined us. First journey to combat. I don't
All the trouble that was involved in that.
enjoy the idea of bringing another country to its own inner turmoil. But the Wild Mother has given me the task of rooting out and destroying this blight wherever I find it. These undead cults are a plague upon the world.
As I said before, I have a purpose I must serve. And I'm with you on that.
Yeah. We should probably get.
Agreed.
Before he does, Lagan is going to not completely strip, but strip down at least from armor and shirt and coat and go spend an hour out in the cold with Melora.
Okay.
Arya she takes some of the spare blankets that they have all been given and just kind of pulls Vanya aside and cuddles up with her next to one of the fire pits in the long house. Probably finding a nice little bench hobble enclosed area somewhere to go ahead and get all of their sleeping supplies unpacked and cuddle up with Zephyr curling up on their feet.
Yep.
Alright. Kinman going to sleep too? Fairly soon?
Yep.
Alright. You doing anything before sleep?
No.
Okay. So, Nagon,
Yes.
you make your way outside. Really just down to pants as far as clothing goes, because
Yeah.
let's be quite real, the last few months, weeks, however long it's been that you were underground, everything that you own is filthy.
Yes.
But you came out here with the intention of feeling the cold on your skin. Was there anything else that you were doing for that hour?
Just praying to, if this is what they find, and it is a situation similar to what they found in Kombe with Lord Kaiji, that gives him strength to deal with it again, so that he may return to his village and deal with that.
Hmm. Are you casting anything? Like commune or anything else?
No, he's just,
Just,
he wants to he spent so much time with the heat. He wants to feel, and he's going to spend an hour in prayer just to feel the cold.
to feel at
And-
home.
and get back to where he feels like he is centered himself.
You spend some time just kind of in your minds reaching out to the Wild Mother to ask her to guide you, to protect you, to give you strength. The sort of usual prayers that one would say to beseech their god for something.
Yes.
You're sitting in the cold. You feel a cold breeze sort of wash over you. You start to even shiver a little bit in this in how cold it is right now. Not to a detrimental point, but even for you, a man akin to giants, even your kin find the wind a little chilling. But in connecting with the Wild Mother, you get that familiar warmth in your chest. Almost like a warm breeze has kind of wafted over you briefly.
At this, his entire skin turns into goose flesh, head to toe. The contradiction of being in such a cold, chilly environment and having the warmth radiating through his chest. You would almost expect a glow around him from it, but
Always a very familiar sign that in the cold, as you often do when you beseech Melora, the Wild Mother, Zuviwow, whatever you want to call her, the land, she reminds you of her presence in a sort of warm feeling. Not with words. Just a feeling. A feeling that she will provide you any means to accomplish your goals. You are, in a sense, her child. And like any good mother, she wishes for you to be happy and healthy. The kind of warm feeling that you get, like a parent's hug, almost, is what it feels like.
It's the familiar presence that he's had since he first started. Much like his mother's hugs before he left the village, that have always been his reminder from Malor there.
And that's the feeling you get.
When he's done, he will return, redress, and then take his rest.
All right. Well, I think that's where we're going to call the session for tonight. You will have a long rest and decide what to do in the morning.
God, another calm-based situation. I mentioned it in chat, but like, Daria sustained a disabling injury. Karthus was probably hunted out of the city. Father Masterson was burned alive. Kurobe was dishonored, and Rune was destroyed by a vassal of death. Kombe was traumatizing for this party.
Yeah, we can do it all over again.
That is why Lagan had to take the time to recenter himself.
I don't blame.
Realization, as terrorizing and terrifying and traumatizing as it was to Lagan, to deal with this on an even keel and not just go in and wreck shit up. He has to take that time, or he won't be able to deal with it in any way remotely.
Or he might succumb to the Raven Queen's wrath.
Yes. And that terrifies him.
Thank you for bringing that into context, and thank you for having that scene, because it made me stop and think about it really hard, and I'm like, holy shit. You know what? That's valid.
Trauma.
That was lots of trauma for everyone in the party. So there's
Oh yeah. I'm sorry. I've traumatized all of these characters.
You really have, though.
What you get for hunting undead, I guess.
We're all here for it, or we wouldn't keep showing up for this.
I'm hoping that it is. I'm hoping that it is simply the characters that are experiencing trauma, and not you all.
No, I'm having fun.
Oh yeah.
I love the context that we have to have that trauma, otherwise we'd be murder hobos.
Yeah.
Lagarn does not want to be the murder hobo, but if he doesn't take that time, he will become that.
I don't blame the guy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't blame him at all.
Don't blame him at all. He would go in and wreck shit.
Mm-hmm.
Because let's be real, that's what the Raven Queen would do.
And he truly is afraid of that rage, but he knows that's part of nature but somehow he knows a natural nature.
You don't. Hold on. So the Raven Queen would just go in there and wreck shit. Are you telling me Celine would do that?
Yes. Yes, absolutely she would.
Oh my god, she was a psychopath. I love her for that. Queen.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
You have disturbed my balance. I will destroy your entire city for this. Oh, they didn't have anything to do with it? Oh well, they're in your city. This is your fault.
Collateral damage.
Yes.
Emotional damage.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations. You have made it out of the tunnels of the underground and the underdark. And thank you for putting the poll up. So we're going to do some experience. I do things a little differently because experience is arbitrary and I'm the boss. And so I've come up with a little system in which every character progresses at a pace that is 10 times experience cost for the new level. So if they're going from level 8 to level 9, for instance, it's 90 experience. So, with that, you all get 5 for even just showing up.
Yeah.
Yeah! Yeah!
Okay, but I can 0.
And then I'm gonna award you 2, because it was a roleplay heavy session, but it really just getting out of the tunnel and into the village was all really made today. So it was a little bit of a slower speed for today's session.
That's
But
fine.
there are also roleplay prompts, much like the audience gets to decide who their favorite was for today. You all as cast members decide who pushed our plot the furthest, who had the best scene or portion of a scene, and who had the best line from tonight as our roleplay prompts. Just to give you that little bit of boost. So, who moved plot?
I'm going to give that to Kinwin.
Yeah.
Can
I
I?
think that might be me.
I have pretty substantial reason. Like, for starters, the whole finding the druidic tribes thing is largely his personal focus. He's the one who actually found them. Like, that
Natural
was a good
20, yeah.
Yeah, fucking perception check. What do your eagle eyes see? Everything. Fuck. Getting the hides necessary to cover up the rest of our party so we didn't have to make fucking constitution checks.
That's cold.
It's cold.
Hey, sometimes I can do good. As long as the dice allow me.
Hey,
Yep.
I'm all about it, my guy. You made a natural 20 on what do your elf eyes see. So
Also, largely being the only reason why we actually have a prompt to return to the tribe
Yeah.
when they decide to make their journey up. So, yeah, like, it's all Kinwin. It's a Kinwin night.
all right. Well, that's 2 votes for Kinwin on plot. What'd you
Oh, I
think?
agree.
Okay, that's 3. Well, regardless of whether you wanted it or not, Floden, you've got it for Kinwin.
That's one XP, right?
Yep, that's
Yeah.
1. Yep. Best scene from tonight.
Again, gotta give that to Lagan. Putting into context the fact that this party is quite traumatized.
Yeah.
I appreciated that.
A lot's happened to them and around them
Yeah.
Yeah.
and by them.
Yeah.
Is that final scene with Lagan, and I was like, bro. It just kind of dawned on me because I'm playing a new character. She doesn't have the same like connection. She just gets like flashes Like
She's watching.
She
She's watching the old events in third person, basically.
Yeah.
yeah, basically.
She's not experiencing them. Rune did,
Mm.
She has her own drama. It's a different thing.
Yeah.
But
and that has everything to do with her past and not her present.
yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Mr.
Miss the science boy.
yes, the science boy. The
Aw.
actually.
Okay.
Well,
I'll take it.
all right. Lagan's voting himself. Our
Yep.
Spectre's voting for Lagan. Vanya's voting Lagan. Kinwin voting Lagan. Okay, that's a sweep. All right. What about the best line?
Mm,
Gotta be Arya's story.
Arya.
Also, Kinwin and Arya won audience favorite as a tie.
Oh shit. I relinquished to Kinwin. I am not gonna make the roll. Take it.
All right, Kinwin, you're the audience favorite.
For Arya for best line.
I wanted to vote myself for best line, but more so because of the constant flirting with Vanya.
There's that too. That made me giggle.
Fun. It's fun and it's cute. Okay.
Keep flirting. It's fine. Because they're fucking adorable. Well, okay. Arya gets our best line. Kinwin gets our audience favorite as Arya is relinquishing.
Take it and run.
Take it and run. All right. So who dinged a level today?
I did.
You did. Woo. What level did
No,
you
but I
ding?
have reached a magical number with my XP.
Ah.
69.
Hey,
Nice.
Nice.
And Kinwin.
Can we get a nice in the chat, please?
Nice. Yes, get nices in the chat. And then Woden says that Kinwin's halfway to level 10 already. My goodness. Well, that's what happens when you show up all the time, isn't it, Woden?
Oh,
Except for what was it? One episode out of about over a year now.
Yeah, we have 49 episodes and you have missed only one.
Yeah.
So, kudos.
I didn't.
It means you get 49 times 5 just as your base experience alone. So, yep. Thank you guys so much for playing. Let's find somebody to raid. I'll decide that here shortly. But,
Thank you for hosting.
well, I'm glad you
Yeah.
guys enjoy my games. Because
Love it.
I think you guys are great too. We didn't have lethality to play Kaz today, mostly because he had some things to do IRL that needed to take priority. So, yeah, and I'm sure that that Derek's out there in a similar boat, had to take care of some stuff. But we love them, as I do all of my cast members, because all of my cast members are great. So, Raven has mod declared that we go and raid Maddie.
I can't use points for anything else. other
That's
than,
fair.
on
I should.
Wednesdays.
You know what? I want to start incorporating some other Twitch functions like predictions, like polls and things like that. I want to start utilizing those things in a more active way for the audience to engage. And so, any ideas that anyone has,
Is
please
there-
post them in the Discord.
Maybe it's a bit much, but can Fickle God be purchased with channel points?
Yes, it can.
Oh, it can?
Yep.
Holy
it can.
shit. Ooh.
The only thing that I ask is that my cast members refrain from buying Fickle God favors, but the rest of the audience can. Prediction: will Kinwin fuck up? Or will he trip over his own feet? Because he tends to be a little more clumsy. He's smart. He's just a little clumsy.
Yeah.
He's smart, he's wise, he can do awesome shit, but then he has a bit of a klutz streak, so
Yeah, he trips
gotta
over his own
respect
feet a
him.
little more often than he ought to. But, you know, he's adorable. I love Kinwin. I think he's a great character. I love
I
Arya.
gotta give it to Woden earlier on in the session for just realizing Kinwin sucks athletically. Fuck this, I'm wild shaping.
Yep. Fuck this, I'm gonna wild shape.
Yeah, the only physical attribute I have above 10 is Constitution.
Yeah. He's kind of hardy, but he's a little bit of a klutz in the strength and dexterity department. So, but we love him anyway.
I imagine
Still
Arya, or not Arya. Damn it. Why are there two characters with Alira being in a very similar stance as Ken and wild shaping, spider climbing out of that.
The nice thing is, I'm never worried about our party. Ever. Because we got 2 druids, and honestly, they're like, druid is the best class. Just outright.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Well,
Best spellcaster, best tank, best DPS.
and Miller points out that the Fickle Gods is 25k points. The reason that is because instead of a +1 like Maddie was using in the Chroma Company, this grants the character advantage. For 25k points, you get to choose which character has advantage on a roll of their choice, and so that's why it's so many points.
I did.
That's the reason that it's 25k, because it is up to the player when to use it, and it is granting advantage. And so I want this to be something that's in a way kind of means that you as the audience member have divinely inspired, in a way, the character of your choice. And so
that's the 50 God's favor. Okay.
Mm-hmm. And if you have any suggestions about ways that we can implement points better, that definitely just give we have an improvement section in the Discord. So if you have any ideas like that, please feel free to leave them all in the Discord, and I will make some appropriate accommodations or appropriate changes and things like that, because I do want to implement some more of those tools, like predictions, like polls. I want to engage you guys as the audience, but I personally am not going to be able to set any of that up. I need my helpful, friendly mods to be able to put up some of those things, because I'm the DM here. So, if there's
we need our DM to
got one
make the
mod
new
who's
one.
also a player and likes to multitask by watching chat.
We do need our DM to make some player tokens and update some things.
There's a lot of things I still need to update, like player cards for Arya. I need to add player cards for Alira and Kaz that are in the little slideshow down here. So just there's a lot of things I got to do, guys. But yeah, I've been slowly but surely working on some of those things. But as far as ways that we can improve the channel, I'm always open to suggestions. I will chat in that section, specifically the improvement section. If you want more emotes, because I do have a couple open slots, we do, or if you want to, suggest
Rebirth emotes.
Rebirth
emotes.
Rebirth emotes would be are all on BTTV right now. For things as they are. I do need to update some of the actual Twitch emotes. But all that being said, you as the audience, I want to be able to involve you guys more. So any ways that you think that you want to be better involved or more involved, I want to hear from you. So head over to Discord and leave some comments in the improvements section, and we'll talk about it. But yeah, thank you guys as my cast members for playing, and thank you out in the audience for watching, because we started the new stream schedule and it seems to be working out pretty well. So, you know, I'm glad for that. Until next time, next Saturday. Next Saturday is actually the 16th.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, we're getting pretty close to the holiday, and after that is pretty close to Christmas too. So I think we're gonna have a session on the 16th, but I think we're gonna skip the 23rd just for the holiday's sake, and just so that everybody can get their refresh. Maybe I can work on some things. I'll still be around. I'm probably gonna do a stream anyway, but just to give you guys no obligation to be here for during that holiday weekend. So, but with that being said, we're gonna go raid, we're gonna go hang out, gonna do more stuff, and we'll see what happens with the Lucky Sevens next time. So until then, say goodnight, everybody.
Night.
Good night.
Good night.